Mr. Barr.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Before you start, I must say what I usually have to say at this time. Beginning of every session, forgive those of you who've heard all this before. Those of you who've got electronic devices may use them to transmit silently what is taking place in this hearing room, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event you're describing. The reason is so that it coincides with the live link that is being put out to broadcast our proceedings, which is subject to a 10-minute delay. You may not use those devices for recording what takes place in here or taking photographs. Mr. Barr.
Thank you, sir. HN 65. Before lunch, we were talking about your reporting from the London region. I'd like to move now to national level. It's right, isn't it, that you reported on the affairs of the CND National Council?
Yes.
Could we start with C33, sir, in Volume 2, 15.610? This is a report dated the 23rd of September 1981. It reads, at paragraph 2, the undermentioned members of the Socialist Workers' Party have been nominated for the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament National Council, which takes place on the 13th, 14th and 15th of November 1981. And then, subject to some privacy redactions, they are listed. We'll be coming to the influence of far-left groups within CND in due course in more detail. But is this an example of you reporting on the influence of a major Trotskyist party within CND?
Yes.
Could we take that down, please? And could we go to C170, sir, in file 3, 16958? I'm going to be interested in paragraphs 2 to 8, please. This is a report dated the 4th of February 1983. Paragraphs, if we have, could we have perhaps 2 and 3 to start with? At the meeting of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament National Council held during the weekend of the 15th to the 16th of January 1983, the following decisions were taken. Before we go on to the decisions, can you recall, were you present at that meeting?
I really don't recall. I don't recall I wasn't a member of the National Council, and I don't recall doing it. Whether I've received that from somebody else, that information, I don't know.
Did you sometimes attend as a delegate?
To National Council? No.
No.
Not as far as I know.
To National Committee?
No.
Over the weekend, 3 days of action will be held on the theme Stop Trident, Refuse Cruise. On Thursday, the 31st of March 1983, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m, women will blockade all the gates leading into Greenham Common Air Base. The action will be coordinated by CND and the Greenham Common Women's Peace Camp. So you're reporting their proposed direct action to blockade Greenham Common.
Yes.
Sanctions from essentially the top of CND.
I don't know whether it was sanctioned from the top of CND. I don't think it would need to be sanctioned, because if the Greenham Common women had wanted to do it, they'd have done it anyway. It wasn't a question of whether they got their permission or not.
I see. So when you said when it was written at the top of, just immediately above, decisions were taken, is the reality, in fact.
Yeah, those decisions had been taken, I would assume, yeah.
And then if we go to paragraph 4, please. On the same date and times, there will be a mixed blockade of the 3 gates at Burfield Royal Ordnance Factory, Burfield, which will be coordinated by CND and the Burfield campaign. Participants are expected to have previously undertaken a course in NVDA and are asked to arrive on the evening prior to the blockades for registration and briefing. The intention is to ensure that both blockades are entirely non-violent. Again, essentially my question is, to what extent has the National Council been involved in the decision to commit NVDA?
That I don't know.
If we go to 5, on the following day, Friday the 1st of April 1983, a human chain will be formed along the entire 14-mile route joining Greenham Common, Aldermaston and Burfield. It is anticipated that 40,000 people will be needed to effect this action. When the chain is complete at around 1 p.m, balloons with messages will be released. Following this action, a festival will be held at Aldermaston. If we go to paragraph 6, please. The third day of action will be in Glasgow on Saturday the 2nd of April 1983. Participants will assemble at 11 a.m. in George Square, Glasgow, where a mass die-in will be staged. A march will then take the demonstrators to Kelvin Grove Park for a carnival. In addition, it is hoped that over the weekend there will be a limited action at Faslane Peace Camp. Campaigners from the north of England and Scotland are asked to support the action in Glasgow, and the remainder are asked to support the Greenham, Aldermaston, Burfield events. Despite the division of resources, it is anticipated that upwards of 100,000 will attend each event. So it appears from this report that by gaining access, however you did it, to the National Council, you are getting high-quality intelligence about exactly what is being planned by CND.
Yes. Yeah.
And that includes some entirely lawful protests and some
Direct action.
some direct action.
Yes. But as far as policing is concerned, all of those events are worthy of being aware of in advance. I'm not saying they wouldn't have been told in by any other means, but that's why I haven't just restricted it to NVDA.
And did you get any feedback for reporting from this level within CND?
No.
It goes on to set out future actions, but I don't think we need to turn those up. Could we go, please, now to tab 185, sir? It's 18839. Can we? This is a long document, so can we start just on the first page so that you can see 65 exactly what this is? This is a report dated the 17th of March 1983, and it's about peace camps. Now, if we could go next, please, to page 6. And if we look at the second half about Greenham Common, this is a section of this long report about peace camps about Greenham Common. March and April 1983, snakes and ladders. NVDA groups are invited to attend and camp anywhere around the 9-mile perimeter and take part in actions involving entering the base either over, by ladder or under the fence. Chain letters have been sent to all contacts. 31st of March to the 1st of April, 32 hours blockade of the base from 6 a.m. on the 31st of March to 2 p.m. on the 1st of April, national CND event. Late July to August the 6th, Star Marches, a series of small marches from all over the country converging on Greenham Common on Hiroshima Day, organised by Women for Life on Earth. International Women's Day for Disarmament, a decentralised day of action called by Greenham Common women. So I've drawn you to that example to show the sort of intelligence you were providing about forthcoming actions, some of which were of a NVDA ilk and others which were not.
Yes.
Any reaction to that intelligence?
There was no feedback from it, no.
And if we could go back to the body of this report, I'd like to look at page 4, paragraphs 15 to 17, please. The emergence of NVDA has also presented a structured hierarchy of CND with certain problems which are regarded as a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it is proving to be the most effective tool in the campaign, but on the other, it is taking decision-making out of the hands of the National Council. Furthermore, with several peace campers on the National Council, CND now find that they are expected to support and advertise events with which they are not fully in accord. Could you help explain that?
The way I understood it was that CND found themselves in a dilemma that they sympathised and supported the Greenham Common women's actions. However, they needed to continue to attract wider support from people who didn't think it should be going as far as it was. And therefore, they were left with this dilemma of how far they should go in support of Greenham women. I think I noticed it all the way through. It was Greenham Common was a mixed blessing. It brought forward, it gave them a lot of publicity. It did a lot for their argument and everything, but it also sort of boxed them into a corner that they could have been perceived as an organisation that was wedded to non-violent direct action just for its sake. And I don't think they wanted that because there was a political context that needed to be dealt with as well. That's my interpretation of it. I'm not saying I'm right, but that's how I interpreted what I saw.
Right. We'll come back to your interpretation again in a little moment. Next paragraph. In an attempt to influence NVDA, National CND has organised regional trainers who hold regular weekend instruction sessions. This, however, has only served to exacerbate the problems. The trainers are drawn mainly from feminist and anarcho-pacifist groups, and the principles they impart at their sessions only serve to take more control away from National CND and put it in the hands of the activists. Of particular influence in this field is the Peace News Collective. It's right, isn't it, that the Peace News Collective, I think Albert Beale gave some training, didn't he, that you reported on?
I believe so, yeah.
But is this an illustration of the very tension you've just described?
Yes.
In 17, in conclusion, it can be stated that NVDA is without doubt the most influential force within the peace movement at the present time. Working within a well-organised federation of groups, NVDA is able to offer activists an outlet for their frustrations, whilst avoiding the trap of centralising the campaign and offering the authorities a target. Again, that's your interpretation.
That sort of better encapsulates what I was trying to say earlier on.
And by this stage, you have been deployed for almost 2 years. Would it be fair to say you had a very good understanding of how CND ticked?
I hope I did.
You have very fairly pointed out in your witness statement that a lot of the reporting that you put in about organising for events would have been openly available anyway.
Yes.
You've suggested that it was your understanding of the dynamics within the organisation, my words, not yours, that was the value you thought you were adding.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And is this an example of the sort of analysis
Yes.
that you think could not have been obtained otherwise?
From my perspective, yes.
Could we now go, please, to tab 234 in file 4, please. I'll get you a reference in just a moment. It's 19584. Now, this is a report dated the 11th of October, 1983. And if we look, please, at paragraphs 2 and 3. Joan Ruddock, chairperson of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, has written to the secretaries of all CND groups in the United Kingdom in an attempt to ascertain the grassroots preference for the type of non-violent direct action for December 1983, the anniversary of the decision to site cruise missiles in this country, and the most likely month for their installation. In the letter, she outlines the following options. 1, a day of action in London with national support for either a 2-hour sit-down in Whitehall, each region being allocated a different staging area to minimise police preventative action, or simultaneous actions throughout London at strategic sites, for example, the Ministry of Defence, House of Commons, Inland Revenue, Fleet Street, BBC and the Bank of England. A series of regional actions, either of the above options is intended to complement a Women's Day of Action at Greenham Common, probably on the 11th of December 1983. CND group secretaries have been asked to forward the views of their members to the National Council representatives before the weekend of the 15th to the 16th of October 1983, when a firm decision will be made at the National Council meeting. The reason for choosing this report to put to you, HN65, is to ask you whether by this stage in 1983 it is representative of how embedded NVDA was in CND, to the point where the chair is canvassing members about the precise type of NVDA. How representative was that?
I think it's a fair reflection of the stage that it had reached, CND had reached in its relationship with Greenham Common Women and the wider NVDA, desire for NVDA.
And if we follow it through by going to tab 241, 19688, interested in paragraphs 2 to 5. This is the 8th of November 1983. The Executive Committee of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament met on Saturday, the 5th of November 1983, to plan a new form of protest for December 1983. An earlier plan to demonstrate outside Parliament during a debate on cruise missiles had been preempted by the government's decision to bring forward the debate. It was agreed that the venue for the protest should be switched from London to Greenham Common. And we then see, I won't read it all out, plans for what's called Operation Christmas Present, march to Greenham Common. And if we pick it up at the bottom of paragraph 3 running into paragraph 4, could I have the bottom of 3, please, as well as 4? The last 4 or 5 lines, please. Thank you. CND are suggesting that these presents take the form of food, wire cutters, similar tools and ladders. It has even been suggested that the Christmas trees might help the women to scale the fence. The above style of demonstration has been chosen to indicate the form of future protests envisaged by CND as a counter to the practiced deployment of cruise missiles from Greenham Common. Additionally, it is hoped that the blockade will make the police task of removing women arrested at the perimeter fence that much more difficult. And then over the page, thank you, picking up about halfway through the final paragraph, CND claim that the event has been organised in response to a grassroots demand for some form of male participation at Greenham Common, and has been planned to allow this while at the same time permitting women to remain at the front line. So first of all, about that, again, this is reporting on the CND's executive committee. Did you see access to what it was deciding as important?
I'm not sure how I acquired that. I really honestly can't recall. But yes, that chimes with what I knew of what was happening at the time.
And from the detail there, talk of wire cutters and so forth,
Yes.
is it right that right from the very top there was a commitment to NVDA which plainly involved some form of law breaking? It's
a slippery eel. It's something that you can't pin down, to mix my metaphors. You can't pin it down and sort of say this is exactly how it was. The atmosphere was quite fluid and there was a lot of tension. And as D-Day arrived, as the arrival of these missiles got closer, so the tensions rose. So we're moving in that direction, that there's almost an acknowledgement that people within that movement, not the organisation, people within the peace movement, within the anti-nuclear movement, wanted to do more. And there was some frustrations expressed about women were doing it all and that men felt they needed to have a role as well. There was some frustration about not getting enough support from CND. There was a lot going on, and it wasn't absolutely crystal clear, any of it. But as far as that's the best of what I understood at the time, how I translated it, and that's about the best I can say.
And just to follow this particular example through to its conclusion, which you touched upon one of the tensions that then came to a head. If we go to tab 244, please, sir, 20451. And if we could just see, first of all, that's a report from the 29th of November 83. Could we have paragraphs 2 and 3, please? following the decision by the Greenham Common women that the day of action at Greenham Common on Sunday the 11th of December 1983 should be women only, the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament has cancelled Operation Christmas Present. As an alternative, it has recommended a day of local actions on Monday the 12th of December 1983, and then you've put in the handout which details them. There is no doubt that the Greenham Common women's decision has thrown CND into considerable disarray. With London Region, there is every indication that groups will divide their resources to accommodate both sexes and persons of varying persuasions. The main options being discussed are Saturday the 10th of December 83, a mixed action at Molesworth, details in the November issue of Campaign. Sunday the 11th of December 1983, a women-only action at Greenham Common, and Monday the 12th of December, local actions against crews. Is this the eventuation of one of the tensions you've described?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
Namely, the sex-based.
Yes, I believe so.
And how important was reporting on all of this to Special Branch?
I think they needed to have an understanding, and I would add a little bit from my perspective, and it is only my perspective as a male, as a man, that Greenham Common women, it was not hierarchical, it was divided. There were various different groupings and camps around Greenham Common, and they were a very flat organisation rather than a hierarchical organisation. So it was, again, like trying to grab smoke, really. And it was very cleverly structured insofar as you couldn't put your finger on anything and say, yeah, this is how it works. Because that camp might have worked like that way in that camp, but in another camp down the road, they were doing something completely different. It's a strength, and to some extent the weakness of NVDA, to be quite honest with you, that it enables them to sort of, you could infiltrate four groups and still not get a full grasp on what they might be doing, you know.
And ultimately you concluded you were not in a very good place to report on.
Oh yes, for some time. But by
how,
now I was well aware that it was limited what I could offer. I could give a general overview of it and see how there was collation, how there was an interaction between the women and CND, but I couldn't go much further than that because I just didn't have enough knowledge of it, really, and I never would have as a man.
How often did you go to Greenham Common?
Not very often. I had women from my group who went there quite often, and a lot of other women I talked to from other areas like London Region and so on would have informed me as well of what was going on there. You know. And even with their views, they were different, differing views. People came away from there with different perspectives, different understandings, depending on what camp they'd been to and what happened while they were there.
When you say not very often, can you give us some indication?
I honestly can't remember. It would have been less than once a month. Quite a lot less than once a month. Probably about every 2 or 3 months at the most.
And how often did you go to other peace camps?
I didn't go to any other peace camps.
Can we move now from your reporting at the national level to your reporting about the topic of entryism into CND, if that's the right word, or at least the influence of other groups within CND? Can we start, please, with in file 2, tab C25, that's 15490. And we're going back in time now to the early days of your deployment. This is 27th of July, 1981. Paragraphs 2 and 3, please. Duncan Rees is at present the salaried full-time organiser for the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. He also acts as chairman for London region of CND. As organiser, he was directly responsible for organising the Faz Lane demonstration last month and the recent CND activists conference last May. At present, he is directing all his energies to organising the CND National Conference due to take place later this year. Rees is a very influential and respected voice in CND and has gone to great length to prevent further Trotskyist gains within its ranks. With this in mind, he was the leading figure in preventing Trotskyists from voting on contentious motions at the recent CND activists conference. This was achieved by breaking the conference into specialised workshops with no direct votes being taken. How alert was CND, in your experience, to the desire by some groups to influence its activities?
I really couldn't say. You know, I couldn't reach into their minds on that. I know there was this obsession that everybody thought they were all communists still, and they weren't. And they wanted to make that known whenever and however they could.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I can only speak from the people that I associated with. And yeah, there was concern, there was acknowledgement, but there was also a feeling that the organisation was so big. I think I've said this earlier. The organisation was so big that it would have been very difficult for it to be taken over. I mean, the Labour Party has demonstrated that in other years with what they've done with organisations and groups that have tried to infiltrate them.
The picture you're painting of Rees pushing back against the Trotskyists and using devices in the administration of the conference to essentially control them, how representative is that of the mood or the atmosphere within CND during the years you were infiltrating it?
There's stratas in all these organisations. There's a political strata, and there's a lot of people who love it and are wrapped up in the politics, the day-to-day politics and everything that goes on, and others who really don't care a jot about it and are just more concerned with doing active things to try and stop these weapons coming into the country. So I couldn't give you a broad, what was the feeling in the whole, it's too big, the organisation for that.
There's obviously no prohibition on people joining of any number of different political hues. Was it the case that you might get somebody who was a Trotskyist leaving their Trotskyist baggage, as it were, at the door and pitching into the CND campaign?
Probably. And this is without anything to back it up, everything evidential that I can give you here to support it. But my recollection of some of the resolutions for National Conference, you could almost pick out which ones had been influenced by groups, by small local groups that had been effectively taken over by SWP or tended towards a more libertarian view. You could almost, by looking at what the resolution was, work out the dynamics of that individual group that had put forward that resolution, because they were very varied. You know, it was a full spectrum of resolutions.
So that's the other side of the coin I was talking about, people who did bring their political views into the group.
But I don't dispute what you said, that people could leave their baggage at the door, yes.
Could we go now to tab 27, 15503? July 1981, paragraphs 2 to 4, please. Both Privacy and Privacy are extremely active in the campaign for nuclear disarmament. Together with their teenage children, a boy and girl, they form the nucleus of the St Pancras CND group, and in this capacity have been vehemently resisting attempts by Trotskyist organisations to infiltrate that group. Privacy is a St Pancras representative to London region of CND and is not involved in the publication of their newsletter. Sorry, beg your pardon, is involved. Her son, name not known, is at present setting up a Camden youth CND group. The family continued to reside at, and we've redacted the address. So this is a report on a family from the St Pancras CND group, vehemently resisting attempts by Trotskyist organisations to infiltrate that group. Was the St Pancras CND one of those branches of the kind you were just referring to?
Yeah, I don't think they ever took over there. Yes, but yes. Well, it was an indication of what was happening at the time, that there were some groups where SWP really thought they could come in and run it.
And was it your understanding that Special Branch would be very interested in understanding the actions of Trotskyists within CND?
Yes, it would be of interest, that's for sure.
And the security service?
Yes.
Now, the consequence of your reporting this is that a family which was in fact resisting Trotskyist infiltration on your description, and was simply active within CND, is the subject of a report which is filed by the security service. We still have today, 43 years later. Was there any consideration given to the consequences of this sort of reporting and the intrusion on the lives of ordinary CND members?
Yes, there would have been consideration given to it. Without knowing exactly, I've got in mind who it might be, but without knowing exactly who that was.
Yes, obviously no name.
There might have been other reasons why I'd reported on that person before.
But presumably...
And because of that, I wouldn't have felt as reluctant to mention that here.
But there's certainly nothing about that in that particular report.
No.
Could we now go to tab 66, please, to 17164? And this is quite a long report, but it's also quite important, so we'll have to spend some time on it.
Right.
Starting with the date, 11th of February 82, and if I could have perhaps the first three paragraphs. The following the Together We Can Stop the Bomb demonstration, which was held in London in October 1981, the campaign for nuclear disarmament has experienced a spectacular growth in national membership, which is currently approaching the 40,000 mark. When this is related to local CND groups, where only a small percentage are national members, the campaign, with some justification, can claim some 300,000 sympathisers. This growth, together with awareness of the proposed arrival of cruise missiles in the United Kingdom, has had a fundamental effect on CND. The campaign can best be divided into three different avenues of activity, viz. National, including regional organisation, local activity, and direct action. Each of the above attracts specific types within CND, although at present there is nothing to suggest a split within the movement. If we could go down now to have paragraphs 4 and 5. Those involved with national and regional organisations believe that CND's main strength lies in the large amount of support which at present it attracts. Their field of activity is aimed at swaying large bodies of influential opinion, for example, trade unions, the media, church groups, politicians, doctors and teachers. This area of activity causes considerable infighting as groups with vested interests try to move the campaign in the same direction as their own politics or beliefs. Major lobbies within this field are the Labour Party, the Communist Party of Great Britain, Christians, and to a lesser extent the Socialist Workers' Party and the International Marxist Group. Despite the considerable energies channeled into the campaign by the above organisations, the indications are that no single political body is remotely close to controlling its overall direction. Indeed, the CPGB has seen its influence wane quite dramatically as CND has developed. The reverse can be stated of the Trotskyist organisations with reference to trade union work and establishing international peace links, although there is no foreseeable likelihood of their influence growing in other CND fields of activity, and in particular the National Council. So is this your analysis based on your first few months in CND?
Yep, it probably is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but that's how I saw it at that time.
And do you stand by the phrase, no single political body is remotely close to controlling its overall direction?
Yeah, I think I would. There's a very broad church.
Yeah. With considerable democratic procedures?
Yes, yes.
When you reported this, what was the reaction?
I don't know. I didn't get much feedback on what I reported, unfortunately. Bearing in mind, I would add that throughout my time in the field, because even my colleagues were under the misapprehension that all I was doing was just looking at CND full stop, it was not considered as sort of an exciting SDS role to play.
Did it prompt you to discuss with your managers whether there was any ongoing need to infiltrate CND?
That was an ongoing debate, and what we always ended up with was if it were going to move towards direct action, our best chance of finding out what was going to happen would be keep an ear to what was going on in CND, particularly London Region CND, because that was our major priority. Because we thought, I think I said much earlier on in the day, that London normally had echoes of whatever was happening anywhere else in the country. And we were always astounded that we hadn't ended up with a peace camp, say, in front of the Houses of Parliament. I mean, there were attempts to do it, but that was... So that was a justification for staying there, not because of CND itself. From the outset, nobody was pointing the finger at CND and saying they're a problem. It was some of the behaviour of some of the members and some of the people who were travelling along the same route as them.
If we go on now to paragraph 6, please. The second avenue of activity within CND concerns local groups. The participants can best be described as the moderate voice of CND. Many have no particular political allegiances and campaign from a sincerely held belief that nuclear weapons are evil. Their views are similar to those of the multilateralists in the World Disarmament Campaign, and their campaigning reflects those similarities. Most are only active at local level, and their activities go no further than showing the film War Game, recruiting, petitioning, letter writing, fundraising, and attending demonstrations. We saw a little of that sort of activity in the very first reports I took you to, didn't we? You did report on this activity throughout, though, didn't you? Was that simply because it was a special branch way?
Yes.
Can we go to paragraph 7 and the main body of 8, please? The third and potentially most dangerous avenue of activity involves groups which are planning for non-violent direct action. This is a new development within the revived CND and is a reflection of the hardening of attitudes of many CND members as the arrival of cruise missiles draws near. In addition to these members, non-violent direct action attracts the libertarian groups, anarchists, London Greenpeace, the Peace Pledge Union, the Anti-Nuclear Campaign, and various sections of the women's movement. The problems presented by non-violent direct action, which has been developed in the light of experience gained from marches and demonstrations held in the 1960s and 70s by the Committee of 100 and the ANC, are evident in the basic principles instilled at non-violent direct action training weekends. And then you set those out. Could I ask you, hardening of attitudes? I don't know, did you watch the evidence yesterday?
No.
No. Could you describe in your own words what you meant by the hardening of attitudes?
I must say that word might sort of dangerous avenue as well, which worries me because I didn't see any danger from the danger for me was the reaction that might come to over-enthusiasm in direct action around the bases with American troops and nuclear weapons based within them. And as we got closer to that and the day was arriving, people who didn't want it to happen were becoming more desperate, were more likely to perhaps take greater risks than they would have before. And it's only my assessment of it. I'm not saying that was happening. It's just the way I perceived it was moving. And that's where hardening comes into it. The views, as the day of reckoning arrived, attitudes hardened a bit. If that helps, it's clear.
I'm understanding you to be saying, and there was likely to be more non-violent direct action.
Yes.
Is that what you meant?
Yes.
Could we go to paragraphs 10 and 11, please? Potential targets for non-violent direct action groups are air bases and military installations, the press and broadcasting companies, trains carrying nuclear materials, and the civil defence exercise Operation Hard Rock, planned for October 1982. Can you recall where you got that list from?
No. Sorry.
Should the Geneva zero option talks fail to prevent the introduction of cruise missiles to the United Kingdom, there is every indication that 1982 will witness a marked escalation of militancy within the peace movement, and in particular, a strong move towards direct action. I think that reflects what you've just said.
Yes.
Could we go down to the beginning of paragraph 12 for a completely different point that I want to ask you about? Organisations mentioned in this report, Labour Party, 400/7910. That's a registry file number, isn't it?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Why has the Labour Party got a registry file?
I don't know. I didn't even know that would have been searched. That's been done by the office. So I didn't even know there was a file like that. So because that's been mentioned in my report, the office will have searched it if they decided they needed to put it in there. So I can't tell you. I don't even know what that file's about.
Did you understand that mainstream political parties could have special branch files.
No, no.
Does that surprise? Does this?
It does, actually, yes, to some extent.
Thank you. Could we go now, please, to file 1, sir, tab B2, 27517. This is a document produced by the Security Service, from which we've obtained from them. It's a letter which is addressed to the Deputy Assistant Commissioner of Metropolitan Police, dated the 22nd of February 1982. Thank you for your most interesting report of the 11th of February 1982 under reference 400-81183, which my understanding is that's what we've just been looking at. Mm-hmm. I found your source's view of the relative influence of the various subversive groups within CND particularly useful, and it accords very well with our own thinking. 2. Sources information on the development of the movement for a campaign of non-violent direct action in support of CND's aims is also of great interest. We have little information on this subject from other sources and would be grateful for any further detail source can provide on plans for this form of activity, the groups involved in it, and on the training weekends. Was this letter to the Deputy Assistant Commissioner drawn to your attention?
No.
Did anybody say to you that the intelligence that you were producing had been described as particularly useful?
No.
Or give you any praise whatsoever for this?
No.
Did anybody ask you to report further details on the plans for non-violent direct action?
No, and I'll tell you why I'm surprised to actually even see this now, is that at that stage, if I'm not mistaken, animal rights were considered something that was beneath the security service. And this was seen in the same sort of field. The direct action that animal rights activists were taking was seen in the same field as animal rights, which is why I'm absolutely astounded that suddenly they're interested in something that before was subversive, and now it's almost as they did with animal rights. After the horses bolted, they're trying to close the stable door.
Could we take that down, please? And can we now go to 17271, which is file 2, tab C82, sir? Could we see the date, 16th of March 1982? Could we have paragraphs 3 and 4, please? Christine Kings, speaking on behalf of National CND, stated that Women for Peace is a front organisation for the Communist Party of Great Britain, and that if Greenham Common Peace Camp provided them with a speaker, then they would be disowned by National CND. This threat had little, if no, effect on the women from Greenham Common, who did provide a speaker, and in the event National CND had to back down on their threat. The above incident does, however, highlight a recent development within CND following allegations in the press that CND receives financial support from the USSR. National CND has not only opened its books to disprove the allegations, but has also made strenuous efforts to discourage support from CPGB. This new development was confirmed at the recent London Region CND book sale, when Sandra McGowan, the organiser and herself a member of CPGB, expressed deep concern that it had been necessary to use the van from the CPGB's bookshop to transport the books. Helpers at the book sale were sworn to secrecy on the subject. As can be deduced from the above, this information is only known to a trusted few, although the general principle is more widely known. So again, clearly you're reporting on the dynamics within CND and the influence of the CPGB. You're reporting on CND's sensitivity to this issue for PR reasons.
Yes.
I'm getting a feeling that CND is independent of the CPGB, but there are a lot of CPGB members within CND who are advancing CND's aims. Is that fair?
I think yes, yes.
Could we take that down, please, and go to, in file 1, Sir, tab B10, 29219. On Wednesday, 8th of June, and this is 83, DCI David Short and DI Mike Barber visited CSH. After introducing Mike Barber to F6, we had discussions with a security service person and another security service person on the security service interest in CND. Dave Short reaffirmed his willingness to work to a written brief, and the security service promised to provide such a brief and a list of subversive members of CND. We then had discussions with F7 and F7 on the topics of animal liberation and non-CPGB subversive influences at work in CND and other manifestations of the peace movement. Both SDS and F7 agreed that these were as yet somewhat amorphous areas where it was difficult as yet to acquire evidence of a subversive content. It was agreed that the exchange of views was useful, and in such a fluid situation, further discussions might be more productive than efforts to provide formal written briefs. First of all, can you ever recall being provided with a list of subversive members of CND?
No, never.
Would you agree that it was difficult to acquire evidence of a subversive content about CND?
That's a hard one, really. Per se, of itself, CND is not subversive. You don't see subversion there. However, I think there are subversive influences within it.
And that,
there were subversive influences.
and that was exactly what you were reporting upon.
Yes.
Could we take that down now, please? And could we have up 19392, file 4, sir, tab 221. This is a report dated the 12th of August 1983, and if we could have paragraphs 2 and 3, please. The youth section of the campaign for nuclear disarmament continues to suffer from the influence of Trotskyist elements within its ranks. Following a recent National Youth CND conference where certain radical decisions were taken, the National Executive of CND nullified the entire conference. The reason given was that Youth CND was a subcommittee of National CND, and therefore changes could only be made at the full National CND conference. Despite this constitutional explanation, the real reason was that the youth conference had been organised in a very haphazard manner, thereby allowing both overage, i.e. over 21 years, and non-youth CND members to attend and vote. Accordingly, the conference was flooded by Trotskyists, who succeeded in passing resolutions which placed youth CND firmly in their hands. Although details of all the resolutions are not yet known, it is certain that one was the raising of the membership age limit to 23 years to facilitate the retention of an older Trotskyist element. Would it be fair to describe the annulment of the Youth CND conference as perhaps the high point of your reporting on Trotskyist shenanigans within CND, if I put it that way?
I suppose, yeah, it would be a reasonable comment.
And would it be fair to say from the reaction of national CND that they were equal to the task of dealing with them?
Yes.
And did that example prompt any further discussion about continued involvement with CND?
Well, we come back to why I was there in the first place, and I wasn't there to deal with this. This was a byproduct of what I was originally tasked with doing, which was to looking at non-violent direct action. So all of this would not have been because there was no longer necessary to pay particular attention to this part, would not have nullified the reason why I was in the field. And I was in the field because there was a fear there was going to be non-violent direct action on the streets of London, which never appeared in the end.
That remains a constant throughout.
Yeah, that's right. So there would still have been an argument for me to be retained.
Can we go, same file, sir, to tab 257, 2883, please? If we could see the date and paragraph 1, please. 7th of February 1984, submitted herewith the 2 documents which have been received from a secret and reliable source which must be protected. The first is the Peace Anonymous newsletter 5, released in January 1984 and written by Peter Cadogan, the founder of the organisation. The second is also written by Cadogan and entitled Assessment 84. And if we can go down to paragraph 4, please. Having, in the meantime, set out what's in those publications, the report goes on to say, Cadogan's support for various NVDA networks, many of which feel a growing alienation from the CND establishment, will undoubtedly be reciprocated in time. It is of interest to note that Cadogan, a lifelong pacifist and early CND member, says in Assessment 84, today the left, i.e. the Labour Party Bennites, the Communist Party and the sects, continue to dominate CND's national leadership. Cadogan's public stating of what many privately suspect will not endear him to the leadership of CND, and his reputation as a man who divides movements will be increased. How accurate was Cadogan's assessment about the continued domination of CND's leadership by the various groups he lists there?
Probably not at all, really. I wouldn't agree with that.
He was quite a polemic figure, wasn't he, Carrigan?
It's all misty to me, I'm afraid. I'd like to say I knew him well, but I don't.
We can take that down. I want to move now to a couple of reports which involve the Labour Party. Could we have up, first of all, 15438? Sir, it's file 2, C20. This is 1st of July 1981. Paragraph 2, please. Privacy of Privacy is actively involved in the Hampstead CND Group and the World Disarmament Campaign. Although reticent to air her political views, it is evident that she is a sympathiser, if not a member, of the Communist Party of Great Britain. She propagates radical views within the local constituency Labour Party. This appears to be a report about a communist sympathiser entering a local constituency Labour Party to propagate that first party's line. Is that a fair summary of this report?
Yes, I suppose so, yes.
You said this morning that my gist of your evidence, alarm bells rang when it came to entryism into Labour, and that was why you withdrew from Carl. Here you are reporting entryism into Labour. Did that not ring any alarm bells?
Well, I also reported entryism into Labour from the other organisation I was with. So it isn't the Labour bit, it's the party that person came from.
Well,
justifies the reporting.
Yeah, well, is it your evidence that if you came across a person infiltrating the Labour Party from the extreme left, you would report it?
I think I would, yes. That might be wrong, but I think I would.
Why would you do that?
Because we have always reported subversive activity.
Could we take that down now, please? And could we have 2902 up? That's file 4, tab 262, sir. This is a report from the 7th of February 1984, so I'm taking it almost to the end of your deployment now.
Yeah.
And paragraphs 2 to 4, please. Submitted herewith is a leaflet advertising a fringe meeting of the newly formed London Labour CND to take place at the Dolphin Public House, Tonbridge Street, NW1. During the lunch break of the London Labour Party conference. The formation of this new subgroup follows a defeat at CND National Conference of the hard left within Labour CND. It is seen by outsiders as an attempt by the hard left to secure a new power base within the Labour Party. Known founder members are Walter Wolfgang, Pat Arrowsmith, Privacy, and Privacy was one of the revolutionary youth ringleaders who were involved in an unsuccessful attempt to take over Youth CND last year, and now appears to have turned his attentions to Labour CND. In addition to being Secretary of London Labour CND, he is Peckham CND's delegate to London Regional Council, where he is known for his dogmatic Trotskyist outbursts. And then you provide a physical description and other identifying features. So, again, my question is, why are you reporting upon a subgroup within the Labour Party, London Labour CND?
Yeah, it's a hard one. It seems to contradict what I've said, that we don't report on the Labour Party. But my explanation for it, or my justification, from now, because I don't know exactly at the day, but from now looking back on it, would be that what I'm reporting on there is a radicalisation, a radical group, rather than the fact that they were Labour CND, that they were part of Labour CND. The two names that I see there are original committee of 100 members who have been radical within CND from the early days that I recognise. And as I say, it wasn't that they were Labour CND that made me report it. It was the radicalness, whatever the word is. It was how radical the group were, how radical they were.
So, would it be fair to encapsulate it as reporting on entryism into Labour?
Yes, that's what I was looking for.
We may or may not need to turn the next few documents up, but I'm moving to contact between CND and communist states. You reported about an East German film about the neutron bomb being shown, despite Bruce Kent's best efforts to turn it down. Was there occasional contact between countries on the wrong side of the Iron Curtain and CND?
Well, that's a hard one. Formal ones, I don't know. One would assume it would be in their interest to have some influence on the group, because it would be in their wider political interest of East European groups. How they did or whatever they did, I don't know. I know no more than what I've reported in there.
Would it be entirely characteristic for Bruce Kent to have tried to fend that off?
There was a certain sensitivity about anything that suggested that they might remotely. It's this contradiction between almost an inevitable desire by East European agencies to try and have some influence in the campaign, and paranoia within CND that they're all being labelled as commies, and that anything that might suggest that there's any connection between East and West was a delicate subject. That's probably the best I can offer on it.
You report about a planned protest against Eastern Bloc embassies in 1984. And then a little later you report that the London groups are cool on that idea. And the inference being that at least some members of CND don't actually want to protest against the Eastern Bloc. Was that a current within the membership?
Well, I certainly think the priority was our own problems.
Can I move now to the
I should add that the whole thing is all to do with SALT talks, strategic arms limitation talks, and that's what cruise missiles were all about. So it's quite a sensitive area, but it was our side of it that they were concerned about, not the eastern side.
Understood. I'm going to move now to the Greater London Council. Could we look, please, it's file 2, tab C21, sir, 15442. I just need the first page, please. Thank you. If that could be expanded. Thank you. 2nd of July 1981, so we're back at the start of your deployment. Following information has been received from a reliable source. Following the recent Greater London Council decision to declare London a nuclear-free zone, the London region of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament has prepared a list of proposals for submission as a consultation document. It was intended that Walter Wolfgang, East Cheam and Richmond CND Group would lead a delegation to meet GLC representatives. A copy of the document mentioned above is submitted with the report, and then the references as one for Walter Wolfgang, and then there's Greater London Council, which has an RF number, doesn't it?
Yes, yes.
Why does Greater London Council have a registry file number?
I don't know.
Was there a feeling at the time that the Greater London Council was comprised of a lot of people from the far left?
It was certainly quite radical at that time, yes.
And was that considered to be something that needed to be kept an eye on?
Not specifically. That wasn't part of my brief.
But you are here reporting on
I am, yes.
a consultation document being submitted to the GLC.
It's probably more the fact that it's Walter Wolfgang doing it that I've reported it for.
Again, I can take it that you weren't dissuaded from putting in this sort of report.
No.
Can we take that down, please, and can we have up 17052, tab 59, sir? And if we could expand essentially the text on page 1, please. This is the 30th of December, 1981, a few months later. Following the recent decision by the Greater London Council to work towards its area becoming a nuclear-free zone, a coordinating committee comprising representatives from the GLC and from the London region of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament has been established to consider areas of action. The coordinating committee met at County Hall on the 3rd of December 1981, and a number of decisions were made. Full details are attached. Worthy of note are the following points: that the GLC Committee of Public Services and Fire Brigades will take no part whatsoever in Operation Hard Rock, a civil defence exercise planned for autumn 1982, which will be the main area of CND campaigning, that all existing papers and documents and future ones relating to Operation Hard Rock will be made available to CND, that an announcement to the above effect will be made on the 29th of January 1982 by the GLC, that a serious effort will be made to prevent nuclear materials being carried through the GLC area, that an announcement will be made in June 1982 that London is a nuclear-free zone, that and ILEA, that's the Inner London Education Authority, isn't it?
Yes.
Representative will join the coordinating committee. The following names appear on the coordinating committee document, and then it lists some names. First of all, were you present at this meeting?
I don't think so. I'm sure I wasn't.
Do you know where you got the information from?
I don't.
But it's your analysis, is it, that I've just read at paragraph 3 as to what the noteworthy points were?
Yeah. Well, yes, yeah. I would have précised what I got, I assume.
Some of these points do involve CND, for example, the second one, but others are really about the GLC itself. So number 4 seems to be entirely about the GLC, doesn't it?
Yep.
Similarly, 5. why were points such and 4 and 5 particularly worthy of note?
I don't think they were particularly worthy of note. They were just there and I reported them.
Did you think that your superiors would have been interested in this sort of intelligence?
I suppose for me, if Operation Hard Rock was a civil defence exercise and the planning for that, I just thought I should let people know what was going to happen if Operation Hard Rock had any planning to take place in London.
I mean,
that it wasn't going to be supported in London.
As a public servant, this is quite awkward for you, isn't it?
It is.
You've got one.
Yeah.
You've got an elected.
Damned if I do and damned if I
An
don't.
elected council deliberately not cooperating with a civil defence exercise.
Exactly.
Is that why you reported it?
Yes.
And so did you think the part of the state you were representing would want to know that?
Yes, from an operational point of view. Because there might have been ramifications for policing if all that had happened.
But this is a democratically elected body, isn't it?
Yes, but we'd still need to know about it if it went on.
Did you feel any concern or awkwardness about reporting on the activities of a democratically elected council?
It's a tightrope. It is difficult to pretend that it's just easy and that throw everything in you can would sound as if we were quite blasé about everything. We were extremely conscious of the sensitivities and how the difficult path that we trod in a lot of things that we did.
Can I assume again no feedback from your managers about reporting this?
No comment.
Sir, would this be a convenient moment for a break?
Certainly. We'll have our usual quarter-hour break.
Thank you, sir. Could we go next to file 3, tab 178, 18808? HN 65. I'm moving now from the GLC to Camden Council. This is a report dated the 8th of March 1983. Could we blow up paragraphs 2 to 4, please? Camden Council is the implementation of its nuclear-free zone policy has recently set up a peace committee comprising representatives of all the various peace groups in the borough, including, and then there is a long list of which Hampstead CND is the first. The committee, chaired by Privacy of Camden Council Workers CND, was given as its first task the spending of several £1,000s allocated for the implementation of NFZ, with only limited time available to spend the cash, which must be disposed of prior to the 1st of April 1983. It was decided that it should be used to finance peace advertising both in the local press and on Camden Council hoardings. In the forthcoming financial year, Camden Council have promised further, as yet unspecified funds for the committee and also the recruitment of a full-time Camden Council peace worker. Can you remember whether you were the representative of Hampstead CND at this meeting?
I don't think I was. It doesn't ring a bell with me.
Do you know how you got hold of this information?
It would have been through a member from our group, but I don't know him. I really don't know.
You are here essentially putting in a report which is predominantly about the activities of Camden Council, aren't you?
Well, I'm putting in a report on the nuclear-free zones, is the way I would look at it. The principle, the whole project of nuclear-free zones.
I see. You've told us that you infiltrated CND not because it was CND, but for specific reasons. Yes. We've now got you infiltrating a group not because it was a group, reporting on a local council that it has dealings with. I mean, it's gone too far, hasn't it, by this stage?
Well, there are tentacles everywhere, and, you know, some might have reached too far.
Could we take that down, please? I'm going to move now to the question of what might be called public order reporting. You do report a great deal on the forthcoming demonstrations, rallies, and other events of CND during your deployment, don't you?
Yeah, I really haven't counted. I assume so. That's what I should be doing, yeah.
Sometimes you're reporting, or quite often you're reporting, that no disorder is going to be anticipated. One instance you report on a march in Scotland that's going to go ahead despite a ban, which presumably would have been of some interest to the local police up there. Mm-hmm. But isn't there a problem that CND is essentially a group that organises orderly demonstrations, and there is no need, in fact, to report upon it in that capacity?
Yes, but if you were going to find out if any direct action was going to take place, if you weren't there, you wouldn't find out. And that was a problem. So where you draw the line as to what you report, where you are, is, yeah. I might have strayed too far one way, I don't know. But I still justify being there, because that was the only way, if there was non-violent direct action, that we were going to find out about it. And even then, it would have been quite precarious, whether we did find out or not.
But if we look...
You only learn that as you go along.
To what extent did you have discretion in what you reported, or were you expected to report on everything that your group was doing?
I suppose, I think the numbers game always plays a role in most work zones, and it certainly does in ours. And if I thought, well, there's something I don't need to report on, it perhaps might have swayed me to put in things that weren't critical. I might have found an explanation for doing things, but I don't know is the answer. I've certainly I was challenged already. I know that there was a challenge that came through. That is he doing enough? And then when they looked at what I put in, they said, well, he's doing more than everybody else. So
where did that challenge come from? Be careful with
the management. And I won't go any further. The management.
Management. SDS, within the SDS.
Yeah.
Because the consequences of this approach, I'm going to suggest, lead to some quite interesting reports. Shall we have a look at a couple of them? The first is at 17297, tab 84, sir, in the second volume. Now, when this comes up, 17927. This is 19th of March 1982. Paragraph 2. As part of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament's Week of Action, a peace ride has been organised starting at 8 a.m. on Sunday the 11th of April 1982 from Speaker's Corner, Hyde Park, with sponsored cyclists setting off for destinations all over the country. The attached leaflet gives details of this event, which has been widely publicised. And if we could go to the next page, please. We see the first page of the leaflet, which, as you had correctly summarised, sets out the details of a sponsored bicycle ride from Speaker's Corner. And if we go to the next page, we see a blank sponsorship sheet. There is absolutely no police utility in this report at all, is there?
I can't agree with you there, and the problem is you don't know until it happens whether the event that you think is going to be all right suddenly doesn't become all right. And I'll give you examples of that quite recently, where you have old age pensioners climbing on top of tube trains in London. But if you'd said that old age pensioners were going to do something like that, and a report had gone in about they might be going to, people would have laughed about it. You don't, because there's a peace ride, doesn't mean that local groups or a local NVDA group might decide to do a little bit more, and this is purely and simply making people aware that this was going on. I'm not saying there's any threat, I didn't imply it, but I felt it was something that should just be literally jotted down. Were something to happen, then we would know the origins of why that had happened.
So, to be clear,
Yeah.
there is no intelligence in this instance that there's going to be any direct action.
No, absolutely none.
And there's no intelligence that there's going to be any disorder.
No.
And it's a group whose events like this are generally conducted in an exemplary manner.
Yes.
the argument you've just advanced would be a carte blanche to report on pretty much anything, wouldn't it?
That was the dilemma. The dilemma was specifically that with what was going on with the Green and Common women, with the amount of NVDA that was going on there, and there was a fear that it was going to extend elsewhere, that knowing where to look, it's hard to plan for it in two respects, in that it's diversified, so there's no hierarchy, so you don't know. It doesn't come down from the top when actions are going to take place. And it's hard to be in 50 places at the same time. And that's the strength of NVDA. Because trying to police it is very, very difficult indeed. So you are right, yes, this is an innocuous event. And nothing came of it, but nothing was suggested coming for it. It was literally just being marked down, were something to happen, or where nearer the point something to come up, that we would be aware of it.
I mean, you're not suggesting, are you, that there needed to be police officers at the Speaker's Court? No. Is the reality, in the cold light of day, that this particular report is a bit of an embarrassment?
Well, that is an embarrassment looking back on it. Of course it is.
Could we take that down, please? I want to go next in file 3 to tab 105, please, sir. And that is 18083. If we could expand that a bit, please. So 12th of May 1982, paragraph 2, the Acton branch of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament will be holding a public debate at the Council Chamber, Acton Town Hall at 7:30 p.m. on Friday the 14th of May 1982. The proposition will be that Britain should abandon its nuclear weapons and leave NATO. Speaking for the motion will be Martin Rosier of Acton CND and against Sir George Young. Is this one of your reports?
I don't know.
Might it be?
Probably not. I don't know a lot about Acton branch.
But if you had come to find out that the Acton branch was holding this debate, is it the sort of thing at the time you would have reported?
Well, it depends what the RF of Martin Rosier is, I suppose.
Did you know at the time who Sir George Young was?
No. As I say, I don't even know whether I did this. I really don't.
I'll move on then. Could we have tab 118 next, please, sir? And that is for the projector 18233. Now, this is a report dated the 4th of June 1982. Notes for marshals and stewards distributed to marshals and stewards appointed for the CND demonstration on the 6th of June. Now, you were one of the stewards for the 6th of June. I want to take you, first of all, to paragraph 2. It is obvious from the instructions given in the document that the organisers of the demonstration wish the event to be peaceful and intend to give police every cooperation. Was that typical of CND with this sort of event?
Oh, yes, yes.
And if we go to page 7, to emphasise the point, there's a legal points for stewards section, paragraph 1. The arrangements for the assembly, march and rally have been agreed with the police. subject to the proviso that they can make alterations where necessary. If you feel that you are being asked to do something without good reason, do not offer physical resistance to or argue with individual constables, but contact a senior steward and/or one of the legal advisors. Explanation should be sought from senior policemen wearing flat caps and with pips on their shoulders, who will be standing apart from the policemen actually accompanying the march. If we look at paragraph 2, second half of that paragraph, no matter how unjustified this type of police action may seem, and this is talking about police officers stopping the sale of literature by other groups, do not become involved in these incidents if they occur, and try to dissuade our marchers from doing so as well. 3, underlined, if any form of disturbance occurs involving CND marchers and police, your role will be to help bring this to an end, and as soon as possible, and in doing so keep the number of arrests to a minimum. If we go to paragraph 5, please. Make up your mind that you are going to keep your cool at all times, even if the police and other people lose theirs. The less trouble there is, the less scope there is for the enemies of the movement to denigrate us. And then if we could move to the bit in block capitals at the bottom, please. This is in block capitals. Remember, at all costs, confrontation is to be prevented. That's underlined as well. If something untoward does occur, inform a legal advisor or senior policeman immediately. I think I've dwelt on this document because it really emphasises, doesn't it, that not only was CND trying to organise law-abiding demonstrations, it was giving its stewards advice positively
Yes.
to act to make that happen.
Yes.
Can we now move to document 2450, please? That's tab 243 in file 4, sir. Twen- 20450, 20450. This is slightly different, and I'm putting this example to you as a contrast. 29th of November 1983, paragraph 2. As a contribution to the day of local action called by the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, CND, for Monday the 12th of December 1983, members of Hampstead CND intend leafleting underground stations in their area during the morning rush hours and holding a torchlit vigil at Swiss Cottage from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. to obviate police interference, whilst at the same time pacifying their more timid members. They will notify police of the vigil at the very last moment. The vigil is unlikely to attract more than 50 participants. So this appears to be an example of qualified cooperation with the police. In your experience, how common was that?
There was always a tension, to some extent, that some people wanted to take things further. But I would say, actually, CND on the whole really didn't want anything else but peaceful demonstrations. And if you did something else, they'd rather their name wasn't on it. They might support it, but they'd rather their name wasn't on it. And that's probably about the best I can offer you as a comment on that.
Thank you. We can take that down now. I'm going to move now to non-violent direct action. And can we start, please, with, in file 3, sir, tab C171. It's 18823. This is the 8th of March, 1983, and I'm interested in paragraphs 2 to 5. Thank you. On Sunday, the 27th of February 1983, at 3 p.m. at County Hall, SE1, London Region CND Council was addressed by Privacy regarding a proposed 4-day blockade of Upper Hayford Air Base from Tuesday the 31st of May 1983 to Friday the 3rd of June 1983. It is intended that London CND will blockade the base for the last shift from midnight to 6 p.m. on Friday the 3rd of June. Though there was unanimous support from the 40 or so delegates at the meeting for the principle of a mixed-sex blockade of the base, several delegates expressed concern on the following points: that the organisers might be overestimating the number likely to participate in the blockade. It is hoped that 1,000 protesters will take part per shift. Can you just remember that phrase in brackets, about 1,000 protesters? Hold that in mind.
Yep.
That a 4-day blockade is over-ambitious and will meet with strong resistance from the police. The previous successful blockade was on New Year's Eve, when the base was not really operational, and that it would draw activists away from Greenham Common Peace Camp, which is the primary target. Despite the above-mentioned reservations, London Region CND Council voted to support the blockade, and a meeting to prepare mobilisation for the event was arranged to take place at County Hall on Thursday the 10th of March 1983 at 7 p.m. Each London group has been asked to send a delegate. Privacy also announced that 6 preparation workshops for the action had been arranged to take place on Wednesdays at the Mary Ward Centre, 42 Queen's Square, WC1, commencing the 20th of April 1983. If we could just conclude that by going over, yes, thank you. The undermentioned were named as contacts, and it sets out some contacts. This reads as if it's quite a big deal. This is a big piece of NVDA being discussed at council level, regional CND, London Regional CND given a role along with other CNDs, large numbers of people, multiple days, lots of preparation envisaged. Is that fair?
That's how it sounds, yes.
And from your recollection of the blockade of RAF Upper Hayford, is this the sort of NVDA that you've said throughout today was the core reason for infiltrating CND?
It was what we were anticipating on a more regular basis and within the London area. As the tensions rose.
Were you present at that council meeting?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
If we could take that down now and have up instead 35158.
Can I just come back? If that was February 1981, I might well not have been.
It's 83.
83, well then I probably was. But I don't remember.
If we could have up 35158, please. This is tab B7, sir. Now, this is a special branch threat assessment of the 20th of April 1983 about a 4-day blockade of Upper Hayford on exactly the same dates. It reads, for material purposes, this report is an assessment of the expected support from the London region of CND and London-based Upper Hayford Peace Camp support groups for the 4-day blockade of Upper Hayford US Air Force Base. This is scheduled to be held between the 31st of May 1983 and the 3rd of June 1983. The purpose of this blockade is to support the Upper Hayford Peace Camp, and it has the full support of national CND. And that, of course, was very clear from your report, wasn't it?
Yes.
Protesters hope to prevent all movement in and out of the base. Organisers intend to divide support into a shift system to be allocated to regions as follows. And we saw that you did report on the shift for the London region, which we see at the bottom, the 6th shift, didn't you? And if we could move on, please. Paragraph 4. Information has been received from a reliable source that the organisers are planning for 1,000 people from London to attend. Yes,
I said hope.
Yeah, you did, and it's been translated into planning, hasn't
but they were hoping for, I said.
Yeah, but you can see your intelligence has informed this assessment, hasn't it?
It would appear so, yeah.
Additionally, they anticipate that numbers on the 3rd of June 83 will be swelled by supporters from other regions who've remained at the venue. And then it goes on to talk about non-violent direct action training sessions, and you'd reported on that, and so on. I don't think we need to go into all the details, but we see there, don't we, an example of a threat assessment which is at least in part informed by your intelligence. Yes. Could we now take that down, please, and have 17262 up? This is file 2, tab 80, sir. And this, if we start with 2 and 3, please, it's a report from the 16th of March 1982. The planned blockade of the 6 gates leading into Greenham Common USAF base will go ahead at 6 p.m. on the 21st of March 1982 and last for 24 hours. The participants, believed to number some 60 women, will chain themselves to each other and the gates with combination locks. Prior to this, Martha Street and Privacy, both from Hampstead CND, will duplicate a list of the names of the participants. One list will be kept by them and the other will be locked in one of the caravans, lest the original is seized by police. Can we take it that the fact that these are members of Hampstead CND is why you might have detailed intelligence about their actions?
Yes.
To prevent the removal of the caravans from the peace camp during the blockade, their wheels will be removed and one woman will remain in each caravan. I think we can skip 4, and could we look at 5 and 6, please? During the festival which precedes the blockade, it has been suggested that participants should endeavour to paint with spray cans, etc., the whole of the chain fence surrounding the base. With regard to the actual blockade, the participants have stated that they will make no attempt to prevent pedestrians from entering the base. They also believe that any confrontation will occur either at the main gate or at the gate leading to the construction site. The National Council for Civil Liberties have promised to provide 2 observers at each gate, and members of the support group who also intend to have observers with cameras at each gate. Whilst details of the blockade are common knowledge, the remaining details are only known to CND activists involved at the peace camp. Would I be right to understand from that that this is the sort of action where the details would be kept secret?
Yes. Kept in a confined group, yeah.
And that the detail that you are providing as a result of your access would be of interest to the local police?
Yep, I would hope so.
Could we take that down, please? You reported on a lot of NVDA training courses, didn't you?
I think so, yeah.
As I understood your evidence this morning, did you attend one of these courses?
Yes, I did. That was right at the start.
And then there are many more which you report upon. I don't think we need to turn up any specific examples. Could we go now instead, please, to 19047, file 3, sir, tab 196. I think it's right at the back of the file, sir. Or very, very close to the end. This is a report dated the 27th of April 1983. And if you could look, first of all, we're going to be looking at paragraphs 2, 3 and 4. So if we could have 2 up first, perhaps, please. Greenham Common Peace Camp has recently suffered from a sizable influx of radical lesbians to such an extent that long-standing members of the camp are privately expressing doubts about its future direction. The problem is further exacerbated by an ever-increasing debate within the campaign for nuclear disarmament about the role of the women's movement. Just pausing there, the phrase sizable influx of radical lesbians. That's a bit sensationalised, isn't it?
No, that was probably the phrase given to me by somebody from our group who'd been there. It isn't something that I've elaborated or made to sound more elaborate or exotic or whatever. That was what was said to me.
Could we have paragraph 3?
By a woman, I might add.
Despite universal approval of the initiative taken by the women who first formed the peace camp at Greenham Common, there is a growing feeling that many of the participants have now subordinated their peace principles in favour of furthering feminist issues. Although this view is not strictly true of the majority of long-term peace campers, the recent presence of violently anti-male women at the camp has given substance to the critics' arguments. If I could stop there and ask you about the phrase violently anti-male women. Again, isn't that rather sensationalised?
Well, I can only recount to you my experience when I went to Greenham Common with some women from our group, and the plan was that we might stay overnight there. And they came back and said to me, "I'm sorry, you are not coming anywhere near the camp. They don't want any men here." And the description was very much as I've put down there, of the attitude by certain people there at the camp at the time. So I am reporting what was said to me by women who went there. I'm not imagining it as a male.
Isn't the reality not that they were anti-male, but they simply wanted to conduct an all-female protest?
Yeah, perhaps I should have said anti-male. I said at the camp. So that doesn't mean they're anti-male, full stop. It means they didn't want men at the camp.
Well, you said presence of violently anti-male women at the camp.
Oh, right, yes, okay, yeah. Well,
If we carry on. In addition, many of the better-known women from the camp, such as Helen John, are finding that more and more of their time is being taken up with touring the country and the continent to speak at various peace meetings and rallies, thereby leaving the day-to-day running of the camp in the hands of the ultra-feminists. Stopping there, isn't that again a little sensationalised?
well, these are words that I am repeating from what was told to me by women from our group. So if they've sensationalised it, then yes, it is. If not, then that's the way it was.
Could we go to paragraph 4 now, please? The forthcoming month, therefore, will see the original long-term members of the camp coming increasingly under attack. Unless they put their house in order soon, there is a strong indication that future events at the airbase will be run on a mixed basis, with control for their planning being taken over by national CND. Now, that risk never eventuated,
No.
did it? Could we take that down, please? And could we have up 19112, file 4, tab 202, please, sir? Thank you. 13th of May 1983. I'm interested in paragraphs 2 to 4, please. The women of Greenham Common Peace Camp have announced that they will be staging an international blockade at Greenham to stop crews from the 4th to the 8th of July 1983 inclusive. They state that the aim of the blockade is to seriously disrupt all work at the base through mass action. The blockade will be organised along similar lines to the proposed Upper Hayford blockade, with the various regions being allocated a day of action. The London region have been assigned to Wednesday the 6th of July 1983, and the organisers hope for 3,000 participants, including legal observers and supporters, as well as actual blockaders. The organisers have asked that women in the London area begin spinning a network of small groups to support the action, and women who are prepared to act as contacts have been asked to write to the July the 4th Action, Greenham Common Office, 5 Leonard Street, EC2. It is significant that no telephone number has been given for inquiries, a fact which confirms the increasingly more cautious attitude of the organisers, who are becoming increasingly paranoid about telephone tapping. So does this stand as another example of deliberately trying to keep details from the police of non-violent direct action?
It's a common occurrence with non-violent direct action that the various groups that form to participate in it keep their actions to themselves. It's a way of making sure that the police don't get to know about it before it happens. So yes, it is an indication of that, of just that.
As the saying goes, just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean to say you're not being followed.
Right.
And you were there.
Yes.
Could we take that down, please, and go to 2491, volume 4, sir, tab 249. Now, if we have the date and paragraph 2, please. 8th of December 1983, quite late on in your deployment. Following a decision at National CND Conference to support Greenham Common women by obstructing emergency access routes when called upon to do so, London Region CND Executive held an emergency meeting to discuss the feasibility of organising a blockade of the north and south circular roads. the intention is to block these routes when cruise missiles are deployed on manoeuvres. Now, this is the first of a series of reports about how CND are going to react to cruise missiles, or at least the launchers going out on exercises, isn't it?
Yes.
And that response included, didn't it, non-violent direct action?
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps a high point of what was discussed was blocking, and we're talking here, aren't we, the London North and South circular roads.
Yep.
And you reported from your position in London on those plans as they developed, didn't you?
Yes.
And in the end, there were plans, weren't there, not to blockade these roads completely for any protracted period, but to try and interfere with them for short bursts.
Yeah. I'm only remembering this very vaguely. You know, don't for one moment think I remember it clearly.
We could turn up all the reports. I don't think there's a need to do so. We've got it all in writing.
Yep. Sounds right.
Did you get any response to your report, your diligent reporting over a number of reports about this NVDA?
I might well have from Dave Short. Dave Short might well have said something to me like, that's great, this is sort of... And he would agree. I mean, we discussed it regularly, but although this might be after Dave Short's time, actually. If it was, then no, I wouldn't have.
Yes, we may be into
Yeah, I think we are.
Waite's time by then.
So I probably wouldn't have.
Okay. As well as reporting, we can take that down now, thank you. As well as reporting on individual planned actions, you also reported on those parts of CND or groups within CND that were pushing NVDA, didn't you? So I'm thinking here of Action 24.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall reporting on them?
No, not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, let's turn it up. 2901, please. It's file 4, tab 261. Mm. 7th of February 84. If we look at paragraphs 2 to 4, please. At the January meeting of CND National Council, it was decided by a majority of 54 to 12 to ignore the visit of President Reagan to the United Kingdom in June 1984 in favour of a national demonstration to coincide with the European parliamentary elections. This decision has annoyed some activists within the peace movement who feel that President Reagan's visit should not be ignored. Essex CND, and in particular Jimmy Johns, their National Council representative, have set up an organisation called Action 84 to consider some form of protest to coincide with the presidential visit. To gain support for such a protest, Action 84 has called a meeting at County Hall on Sunday the 19th of February 1984 at 2 p.m. A handout detailing the build-up to this meeting has been sent to all CND branches throughout the country. In addition to any plans organised by Action 84, it has been learned that the Greenham Common women have already stated their intention to stage some form of demonstration in London during the visit. I mean, it's right, isn't it, that the National Council's decision incensed the more radical activists, didn't it?
Yes.
And that the upshot was Jimmy Johns set up Action 84. It resolved on some direct action. The National Council reversed its original decision and co-opted Jimmy Johns onto its projects team to prevent a split in CND, and you reported on all of that.
Yes.
Did you get any feedback for that series of reports? Can we take that down, please, and go to 14815, please. Tab 317 in the same file, sir. This is 7th of December 1984, so very late in your deployment. If we look at paragraphs 2 to 4, please. With reference to the refuse cruise vigil and demonstration called by CND for 6 p.m. on Wednesday, the 12th of December in Trafalgar Square, see attached leaflet, plans have been made for non-violent direct action, affinity groups and other supporters to demonstrate in Parliament Square following the assembly. The signal for demonstrators to leave Trafalgar Square will be given by the Fallout Marching Band, who will play while circling the demonstration. On reaching the south side of the square for the second time, believed to be timed for 7:30 p.m, an attempt will be made to march along Whitehall to Parliament. NVDA groups are to lead the march and will stage a sit-down protest if police try to stop them en route. Should the police contain the demonstration in Trafalgar Square, individual groups will attempt to make their way to Parliament Square by whatever route they can. So you appear there to be prospectively reporting on plans for NVDA, including some significant details.
Yes.
Do you know whether things like the queue to leave Trafalgar Square and the contingent actions if police tried to stop the marchers were matters that had been kept from the police?
I don't know. I would have thought they would have been.
Did you get any reaction from your managers to this?
No, I think we know the answer to that.
That one, thank you. Moving on now from NVDA to conferences. You report on 3 annual conferences covering the time that you were infiltrating CND. Why did you do that?
I think it was of
Sorry,
interest.
I must correct myself. 4, 1981 to 1984.
I only recall 2 clearly, but
Right.
I'm prepared to accept I probably would have gone to 4. It was to look at, from that point of view, influences, was to glance at what was happening within the whole context of CND, because at these conferences there are a lot of subgroups and a lot of discussion groups and all sorts of things, and it gave you a really good flavour. You got the pulse of what was happening at grassroots level within CND. I went along with other delegates from my group. I didn't vote. We actually decided how we were going to vote before we even went there at an evening session where we ran through all the resolutions and the group decided, and me as facilitator just enabled that, and I would have, in theory, have had a deciding vote if we'd had a draw, but we never did. So it was all decided beforehand, and there was almost a scrabble to get the voting card, so I never had to use the voting card. And it gave me the opportunity, because I didn't have the voting card, to actually look around all the various groups and just see how it was shaping up, the whole peripheral thing. It wasn't the main bit that really interested me, it was the peripheral, the edges that were going to be more fruitful if they were. They probably weren't actually that fruitful, but that was where I'd anticipated there'd be more low-hanging fruit anyway.
And your reports are long and detailed, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And they do conclude with your observations, don't they, about what's going on within CND. I don't think we need to turn them all up, but could we start with the 1981 report? That's file 2, sir, tab 57, 16798, please. Now, we see the date at the top, 30th of November 1981. Perhaps we could look at paragraph 2, please. During the weekend of Friday the 13th of November 1981 to Sunday the 15th of November 1981, the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, CND, held its annual conference at Queen Mary's College, Mile End Road, London E1. The conference was attended by more than 500 delegates representing CND groups and affiliated organisations from areas throughout the British Isles. A list of identified groups is recorded in Appendix B to this report. These were large affairs, weren't they?
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yes.
If we could go to
And they got bigger.
the bottom of the page to the last couple of lines from paragraph 4 and all of paragraph 5, please. Thank you. At the bottom of paragraph 4, I just wanted to point out that there are a number of workshops, including direct action, weren't there, at that conference?
Yeah.
And then at 7 p.m, the conference split up into the various groups already mentioned. By far the best attended workshop was that on direct action, where 150 delegates crammed into a small room and many more were turned away at the door. During this session, it was overwhelmingly accepted that the time for direct action, and if we could have the rest of the paragraph up, thank you, was near. All present agreed that this subject was not suitable for open discussion in conference. Could I stop there and ask you, why was that?
Because CND was still wedded to not doing direct action.
But equally, all accepted the necessity for serious consideration of its implementation. With this in mind, it was decided that the National Council statement on direct action did not go far enough, and it was unanimously agreed that a further sentence should be added. During the session, suggestions for occupying or blocking the approach to the Cruise Missile Computer Control Centre at High Wycombe, occupying Downing Street, more peace camps like Greenham Common, and making use of open days at US air bases were put forward. However, nothing concrete was decided, as it was felt that specific actions were better left to smaller groupings, with the eventual possibility of a federation of these groupings as the campaign progressed. Is this evidence of an upsurge in interest in direct action?
Yeah, I think so, yes. Yes. Yeah.
And if we could move to just the beginning of paragraph 7, please, for a different point.
I would perhaps add that at that stage, the impact of Greenham Common women had not been fully felt by the whole disarmament campaign.
And this is very tentative.
This is where it was going before Greenham Common took centre stage.
And it's also very tentative compared to the later reports we looked at, where the National Council and Executive are very heavily involved in the planning of NVDA. Thank you. So 7. On Saturday the 14th of November 1981 at 10 a.m, the conference was formally opened by Lord Hugh Jenkins, the retiring chairman, who welcomed all delegates and invited John Cox to present the conference arrangements. And then it goes on to deal with what Mr. Cox said. Lord Hugh Jenkins is, he'd been a long-serving politician before being ennobled, and was continuing his politics from the Lords, wasn't he?
I think so, yeah.
Was there any concern about reporting on Lord Hugh Jenkins?
I don't think so, no.
And why was that?
Well, because we weren't really saying a lot about him there. He's only opened it, and we're not reporting any of his actions. It's just that he was there, really.
I see. Could we take that down? I'm going to skip 82 and 83 because we've got those all in writing, and go to 84. Before we go to your reports, could we go to 27545? So this is in volume 1, tab B17. This is a security service brief for the 1984 Sheffield CND annual conference. What you can see on the screen at the moment are the first 2 pages of that, but it goes on for another full page and then a couple of lines. It is a very detailed document.
Yeah.
Can you recall seeing this document at the time?
No, not off the top of my head. No, I can't. No, not at all.
Can you recall being briefed by anybody, whether from the security service or from within the SDS or any other source, about what they wanted you to establish when you attended the 1984 conference?
No.
Might it have been that you were given quite a long list, either orally or in writing, of things that would be of interest?
It might have. That might have happened. Yes.
Can we now go to the first of 2 reports that you appear to have produced? The first is 14819, volume 4, tab 318. So. Now, this is a report dated the 11th of December 1984. It follows the 1984 conference. It's specifically about a splinter group which had named itself Direction 85. Can you recall that?
No.
Could we look at paragraph 2, please? The 1984 annual conference of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament witnessed the launch of a new pressure group within its ranks to be known as Direction 85. The group, instigated and convened by Privacy of Peckham CND, a well-known Trotskyist, was formed as a direct result of CND Conference Arrangements Committee's CAC refusal to allow a resolution calling for a major campaign and demonstration on the withdrawal from NATO theme to be included in the final agenda. This decision infuriated not only Privacy, but also members of London Labour CND and London Region CND, who had supported the resolution. Following Privacy failure to secure sufficient support for an emergency resolution condemning CND National Council's decision, which upheld CAC's initial rejection of the resolution, he secured support from other dissatisfied people and groups and organised a fringe meeting for the weekend of conference under the title of Direction 85. The issue here appears to be withdrawal from NATO and whether that should become part of the CND agenda. Does that trigger any memories?
No. I'm afraid no. I was just thinking this doesn't trigger memory, sorry.
This report with various leaflets connected to the issue is separate from your main report. Why would that have been?
I don't know.
If we move now to the next tab,
Perhaps it might have been something I thought was... no, I'm only speculating. I just don't know. I'm sorry.
we could go to tab 319, sir, and if we could have up on the screen 14831, please. This is your report for the 1984 annual conference. I say your report. Did you work with HN 88 on this report?
I'm not sure. I didn't think he was that involved while I was still there, but we didn't actually cover much. We didn't compare notes much at all.
So might this just be your report?
It might be, yeah.
Okay. If we look at paragraphs we'll start with 2, please. Over the weekend of the 23rd, 24th, 25th of November 1984, at the invitation of Sheffield City Council, the 1984 annual conference of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament took place at Sheffield City Hall. Although no exact attendance figures were given, it is estimated that in excess of 1,500 individual members, observers and delegates from local groups and affiliated organisations attended. So just as you said earlier, these events got even bigger.
Yes.
Paragraph 3, throughout the weekend, a series of workshops and fringe meetings covering the majority of campaigning issues and activities were held. Details of these, together with related handouts, are submitted herewith, although feedback from all of these activities has been impossible to obtain. The following matters have become evident. Was it the fringe meetings that you were particularly interested in from what you were saying earlier?
From what I said earlier, they were normally more productive than what went on in main conference as far as any chance of what was going to happen direct action-wise in the future.
And the main issues you've highlighted, plans for a conference in Manchester sometime in spring 1985 to revitalise the anti-cruise campaign. And by this stage, crews had been in the country for quite a while, hadn't they?
Yes.
Outlined plans for a conference to examine and publicise the possibilities of accidental nuclear war, to be arranged by privacy. Plans for a women's campaigning conference, despite the failure to have the issue debated on the conference floor. The emergence of a new grassroots pressure group, Direction 85, which aims to follow on from Action 84, and it refers to the report we've just looked at. The bitter division created by a resolution relating to the nuclear weapons of the Soviet Union, Resolution 24 in the final agenda document. This workshop was treated as a debate with Meg Beresford taking the chair, Privacy speaking for the resolution, and Vic Allen opposing it, and I'll stop there. Do you recall CND's approach to Soviet nuclear weapons being a divisive issue at that conference?
No. Unfortunately, no, I don't.
Can we turn now to paragraphs 28 to 30, please, which is, it starts at page 12 at the bottom. Taking you here, 65, to almost the very end of your report, and essentially your concluding remarks, which I'd like to have a look at with you, please. If we start right at the bottom of the left-hand page at 28, probably the most significant point to emerge from the conference was a recognition by most delegates that CND's main strength emanates from its ability to offer a broad-based campaign around the single issue of nuclear weapons by resisting the temptation to link, a recurring word throughout the weekend, the campaign too closely with other issues, i.e. the anti-nuclear lobby, the miners, Nicaragua, NCCL, and to a certain extent feminism, CND believes that it can offer the best platform for all those opposed to nuclear weapons. Set against this is the unresolved problem of CND's attitude towards the Soviet Union, which many believe will recur during the coming year. If we could move on, please. On the campaigning front, air-land battle will probably be the most difficult resolution to implement effectively, although the issue of withdrawal from NATO has been won within the campaign. It is realised by activists that it is the most difficult of CND's policies to sell to the public. The profile given to withdrawal from NATO will again be a matter of much debate, and the success and direction of Direction 85 will greatly influence the outcome of it. Less contentious campaigns launched at conference are SLCM, arms conversion, illegality of nuclear weapons and civil liberties. Nevertheless, it is certain that the dominant issues for CND are likely to remain Trident and Cruise, with the distinct possibility that the Cruise campaign will be moved in emphasis towards Molesworth. And finally, paragraph 30. Due to the size of CND, political pressure groups have found it increasingly difficult to exert their influence. The success of the Trotskyists and the NATO issue might well turn out to be an extremely hollow victory for them, and both the feminists and the Green movement have had to learn that they can no longer expect automatic sympathy for their causes. Perhaps the Communist Party of Great Britain's pragmatic approach, as outlined in a handout Work for Peace, met with the most success, and it is clear that CPGB still brings considerable influence to bear on CND. Stopping there, are these concluding remarks of yours the sort of background influences that you referred to in your witness statement?
That's more the flavour of what we're looking for, but it's all geared even more towards direct action. But yes, that's more the flavour of what I was looking for.
Because you said in your witness statement that to understand these background influences required an undercover deployment and wasn't otherwise going to be picked up.
Yes.
You also say in your witness statement that you are undertaking a long-term assessment of the organisation that informed the state's approach to it. Could you help me with what you meant by the state's approach to it?
No, I can't actually.
Well, if you are helping over a series of 4 years
Yes.
of infiltrating CND, really understanding what's going on within the movement, reporting in an analytical way about those influences and currents, that's a long-term assessment, isn't it? How does that inform, first of all, the approach of Special Branch to CND?
Well, I think I was probably referring to the security service there, that would have been.
I see.
I was aware that the security service did get these reports.
I see. And so your assumption, was it an assumption or was it knowledge, was that they would be using your analysis to inform their approach, or to help inform their approach
I think
to
so,
CND?
Yes.
Did you know whether or not anybody else would be using your reports to assist their response to CND?
No.
Do you know whether or not your reports were sent, for example, to the Home Office?
No.
Did you ever get any inkling that any politicians were taking an interest in
Not at all.
Special Branch assessments of CND?
Not at all.
I'm going to try once more. Did you get any feedback
I'm sorry.
about this report? Was there any feedback?
Oh, right, no.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay, we can move.
I think there was a sigh of relief that I was going from both sides.
Right.
I mean, in the office.
Can I move now from reports about the conferences to some of your reports about individuals? Can we have up, first of all, please, 16672, which is in file 2 at tab 4. I may have given you the wrong tab, sir. Could you please just rely on the version on the screen? 3rd of November 1981, paragraph 2, privacy. A member of Woodford and Wanstead CND Group and London Region CND Committee is a subscriber to Socialist Challenge, organ of the International Marxist Group. He also claims that he's undergone a probationary period within IMG, but was refused full membership because of sexist and racist tendencies. Despite this setback, he still shares IMG's Trotskyist principles. Within CND, he's considered a hard-working activist and an avid unilateralist. 3. It is believed that he is unemployed and spends much of his time in the company of Privacy of Walthamstow CMD, with whom he shares a free and easy sexual relationship and a predilection for smoking marijuana. Why did you think it necessary to report on this gentleman's sexual relationship and his predilection for smoking marijuana?
If it's who I'm thinking it is, I really thought I got something quite interesting. Somebody with a Trotskyist who was really serious in his politics and going ahead. But I got invited to a party that I went along to, hoping in the early days, I don't know when this report was written, but in the early days, hoping that it would be a hotbed of conspiracies and everything else. I was quite young and green in the field at the time. And the frustration was it just turned out to be a mad party and free and easy smoking and fornication, I suppose. And I just got frustrated by it. And it shouldn't have gone in the report. And I apologise for it.
If we could take that down, please. I mean, there are other examples I could take you to, but I don't think it's necessary in the light of that answer. Could we go to file 4, sir, tab C230, 19524. And this is the other end of your deployment, 27th of September 1983, I think. Mike, thank you. If we could have paragraph 2 up. Mike Gothard, a member of Hampstead CND, has been conducting a one-man campaign against the national press and TV regarding the lack of media coverage of the embassy's peace link. His complaints have reached the sympathetic ear of Paul Foote, the journalist, who has asked Gothard to forward details of any further media discrimination which come to light. It would appear that Foote intends to publish a major article on this subject. Paul Foote was a very well-known journalist, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Of his time.
Yeah.
Why are you reporting on the intentions of a journalist?
I'm reporting on the intentions of Mike Gothard who happens to be using Paul Foot to further his cause. So that's how Paul Foot's name appears in this. The report isn't about Paul Foot, it's about Mike Cotard.
Did you ever get any instruction at any point from Special Branch about the need to be particularly sensitive to journalistic freedoms?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Could we take that down, please, and go to 2368? This is tab 288 in volume 4, sir. Thank you. 31st of July 1984, so this must be very, very much at the end of your deployment. It has been stated that Privacy, a full-time worker in CND's sales department, has recently married Privacy, a member of Highgate CND and London Region CND council member. She has for some time cohabited with Privacy at Privacy, where they will continue to reside. This appears to be a report which does no more than report on the marriage of two members of CND. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Bearing in mind what you've told us from the start of your evidence, that the reason you're infiltrating CND is not CND, why is it necessary to report on the marriage of two members?
It's not, it's excessive.
Thank you. That can come down now. Can we move to positions of responsibility? You were the chair of the Hampstead branch of CND for some years, weren't you?
That's debatable. I always said, when they press ganged me into it, I said I would not be chair, I would only be a facilitator, because that was the image that I was creating at the time. I said I didn't want to control it, I didn't want to manage the group, I wanted just to facilitate what we were doing. So I always called myself facilitator, they always called me chair. They introduced me as a chair, but I would still argue to this day that I didn't act like a chair.
I think we'll turn up a document to show what a minority you were in. If we look at B9, 29216. Paragraph 2, please. This is a note made by the Security Service for their liaison file on the 16th of May 1983. F1 has always been aware of and asked for briefs from the SDS source. As a result of discussions with F1, it was agreed that F1 would look again at the material from HN65 and provide a fuller brief. To aid this, I sought clarification from Detective Chief Inspector David Short about his access. He is chairman of Hampstead CND, has access to London Regional Office, and as a devoted campaigner can find an opportunity to talk to many people in the movement. I pass this to F1. So your boss thought you were chairman as well?
Well, yes, I think in some of my reports I've even put down that I'm considered chair, but I stroke facilitator.
You were chair for how long?
I honestly don't know, 2.5 years?
Would it, if you were
3 years?
Yes, it must have been probably more than 2.5, wasn't it?
No, there were 2 chairs before me.
Were there?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any? What were your thoughts before you accepted the position?
Well, I resisted it when at a meeting where we were losing our chair, who was moving elsewhere. I resisted it. I told them that it wasn't my politics. I didn't believe in hierarchical structures, and I didn't want to be considered a chair. And they all said, but you're just the person we want because you're not aligned to anything, that you're independent and you provide a level, balanced view. And I said, well, if you take me on the condition that I am only a facilitator and not a chair, then I'll do it. But they still then call me chair. So, yes, I was chairman, but I didn't feel I was, and I'd already told them that I didn't want to be a chairman, I wanted to be a facilitator. And I saw quite a distinct difference between the two.
And in that role,
Yeah.
did you organise meetings?
No,
Did you deal with any membership issues?
no,
Did you deal with recruitment?
no.
Did you provide support to members?
Well, yes.
And did you effectively represent the branch?
Hampstead, yes.
Yes.
Yes. Along with others. I was never on my own representing Hampstead, with others. And that was with London Region, and it was definitely when we went to conference.
And can I take it from the glowing terms in which David Short was prepared to paint your deployment, that your managers were perfectly happy for you to act in that capacity?
They were.
You were the delegate to the national CND for Hampstead, I think, a couple of times.
No.
No?
Not that I recall.
How did you end up reporting on the National Council if you weren't a delegate?
Oh, right. I didn't go to any National Council meetings. I would probably have got that from someone else within my group. There's certainly a lady in my group who was far more close to the centre than I ever was, and a lot of what she brought back was ammunition for me, really, or food for me.
Okay. Does the name Madeleine Haig ring any bells?
No, not a thing.
She was a woman who was of interest to the West Midlands Special Branch because she was a CND activist.
Yep.
And her case led to the Home Affairs Select Committee conducting an inquiry into Special Branch in 1984.
Yes.
Is that something you became aware of?
No.
Were you aware that the Home Affairs Select Committee were running an inquiry?
No.
Were you aware that your managers, as a result, were thinking about whether CND should continue to be infiltrated?
No. Probably I was too close to the end of my time by then.
Can I move now to the security service? We've got a report which, towards the end of your time in the SDS, records that the security service was, I quote, well satisfied with your reporting. Were you aware of that? We've got a report which shows right at the end of your deployment that the security service were pressing your managers to keep you.
I think my manager was very happy to see the back of me.
Were you aware of that pressure?
No. I think I'd have been the last person to learn that.
There is a document which states that you attended the security service's premises with DCI Waite on the 6th of February 1985 and were debriefed by them there.
I do not recall that at all.
In the light of the contemporary document recording it, can I be clear? Are you saying you can't recall it and it didn't happen, or are you saying I can't recall it but I accept it probably happened?
No, I can't recall it because I don't think it happened. In fact, I'm sure it didn't happen. Well, my memory says it never happened. That's all I can tell you, no more than that.
I think I've been going for quite a while since the last break. I suspect if you don't need a break, the stenographer may
I'm
well
happy to.
do.
Oh, right, okay.
Sir, I'm in your hands.
How much longer do you have?
I'm not a million miles away from the end. I would say 20 minutes maybe.
Yes, then I think we should have a break because I'm afraid I have one or two questions that I want to ask when you've finished before we have the 15-minute break for Rule 10 questions. So we will now break for 15 minutes to enable everyone, but principally the witness and the stenographer, to have a short rest.
Thank you, sir. HN 65. Can you recall when and how you first became aware of Kathy Massiter's revelations?
No. No. I've either seen something on television about it, or I really don't know how I first found it, or I read about it somewhere.
She said that the interest in CND, well, she said amongst many other things, the interest in CND ramped up for the 1983 election.
Yeah.
Did you notice within Special Branch any increase in interest in that at that time?
I think it ramped up more because of the imminent arrival of cruise missiles rather than the election, would be my take on it. Although I think there was quite a lot of activity geared towards the general election, now I think about it, but it was predominantly the thing that ramped up. It was arrival, the imminent arrival.
And what activity ramped up in relation to the general election?
I don't know. We've covered one report there today, haven't we? That was about it. I mean, I didn't literally pay much attention. I don't think my group really did much in the way of thinking what we might do in that.
Did Kathy Massiter's revelations cause you to reflect on your infiltration of CND?
Well, indirectly, but my infiltration was not of CID. In my mind, I was NVDA. I wasn't there for CND. I didn't see it as my target. It was... I mentioned it once in one of my reports, when you're going down the river, look at the banks. Well, that's what I thought I was doing with CND.
Okay. Moving now to sexual relationships. You've described in your witness statement being the subject of a couple of sexual advances which you dealt with. Did you discuss these with your managers?
No.
Did you get any help from your managers with dealing?
I didn't need it. I dealt with it.
In terms of your colleagues, did you ever hear any suggestion that the officer we know as HN 106 had been involved in any sexual activity with a member of his group?
I'm going to need to look at...
Please do.
No, absolutely not.
HN 155?
Oh, I'll leave this open then. No.
How well did you know the officer that we call HN 67?
Quite well. Not excessively well, but quite well.
Did he ever say anything at all about sexual activity with members of his target group?
No.
Did you ever hear any rumours or anything at all which suggested that either he might have had a one-night stand or that he might have fathered a child?
No.
HN 12.
Yep.
Did you ever hear anything to the effect that he had been involved with a member of his group?
No.
Sexually?
No.
HN 11.
Subsequently, not at the time, but later I've learnt on that. Yes.
How much later?
Oh, much later, when everything hit the fan.
Bob Lambert.
Yep. Again, that was much later. At the time, not at all.
But you said that you heard some rumours about Bob Lambert in your witness statement.
Did I?
Yeah. Can you help us with what rumours you might have heard about Bob Lambert?
if I put in my witness statement, it's surprising, and it would have meant I'd talked about rumours after the event, not while it was going on, because I hadn't heard. While I was there, I didn't know anything about it.
I think this is referring to after you'd left the SDS.
Oh, right, yeah, I might have heard, yeah, but I wouldn't know for sure. And it's one of those things where you can confuse what you learn from the media with what you knew at the time, and that can be quite confusing.
Can you recall what rumours you'd heard about Bob Lambert after you left the SDS?
What, from the media or from...
I'm more interested in what you might have learned from colleagues or on the grapevine.
Well, I honestly don't know, and I would confuse it with what I've learnt from the media.
It's right, isn't it, that you have, I don't want you to name names, but you have stayed in contact with former SDS colleagues, haven't you?
Yes.
And there have been some reunion meals, haven't there?
Yes.
At any of these reunions or when talking to your colleagues, before the media storm broke, did you ever hear any suggestion of any sexual activity between members of the SDS and members of the public undercover?
The only one was Rick Clark.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Also, oh, crikey, I can't...
You may need to be careful with names.
Yeah, and it probably won't be in here because it's a Tranche guy. But his name has been revealed now.
Has it?
Yeah, it's been revealed by here. He started off.
Okay, if his name's been published by the inquiry.
Yes, it's been
fine.
published by the inquiry.
Who are we
Just
talking?
can't remember. Vince Harvey.
I see. And what did you hear about Vince Harvey?
I think he said so much at the time that he had, after he'd finished. At some stage it came out that he had had flirtations or affairs while he was out.
Can you recall anything about who told you that? Did you
I think
hear?
he might have told me himself.
Can you help us with where and when that might
No.
have happened? What was your reaction to learning that some of your colleagues had got involved sexually with members of the public in their undercover identities?
It might surprise you to hear. I felt sorry for them, really. I thought that they'd succumbed to temptation, and it was I'm only thinking now from the officer's point of view. I'm not thinking about it from the victim's point of view. So please don't think I just blasé about that and that's not important. But I just felt, well, you know, he's fallen by the wayside almost. So it was more sympathy there, but for the grace of, I suppose, really.
And what was your thinking so far as the victims were concerned?
Well, the same, that it can't be very nice to be deceived. Although I have to say, unfortunately, more of that goes on in daily life than we'd ever imagine.
Did you, when you learnt about Vincent Harvey, did you do anything about that?
I don't know, but I think it was general knowledge. By the time he spoke to me about it, it was general knowledge. It was several years after we'd both finished.
And what has been the reaction of your colleagues to the scandal that has broken in the media about sexual misconduct?
Shock, surprise, disappointment.
When you left the SDS, at some point in your post-SDS service, you served again in C Squad, as we discussed this morning.
Yes.
In the light of your time with the SDS, were you better able to identify what was SDS reporting and what wasn't when you returned to C Squad?
Oh, yes.
And are you, I don't want you to say anything that might be harmful to the public interest or breach any restriction orders, but were you able to form a view as to how useful SDS intelligence was to C Squad in your time after serving with the unit?
At the least, it rounded out the picture for you, and at its best, it was one of the best things that ever happened. It was brilliant. It really made life a lot easier, that you could actually know that the information you were getting was rock solid, or would appear to be rock solid. So, there was a full spectrum of reactions to it.
On a completely different subject, you've explained in your witness statement how you came to share some cannabis
Yes.
within your group. Had you had any guidance at all from your managers about drug taking?
No.
You've told us in your witness statement that you didn't report it.
No.
Was that because you were concerned what the consequences might be?
No, I don't think so. I just thought I was stupid for doing it, quite frankly. And it gave me a feeling of paranoia, and I did it once and I wouldn't have done it again after that, because I realised how stupid it was for me.
Do you think any effective guidance could have been given on that issue?
When you try and give guidance to guys who are working undercover, if that becomes general knowledge, then you're actually jeopardising them out there more than you can imagine. Because the easiest way of testing, if you're standing there and you're smoking cigarettes all day long and somebody offers you a puff on a joint and you say, no, I don't smoke, it's going to put more interest on you. That would actually be a test then of whether you might be an undercover. If they were thinking, that would be the first test they'd do. So, yeah, that's the problem with guidance on it.
Going to move now to welfare.
Yes.
Do you consider that the welfare support that you were provided with by the SDS at the time was sufficient?
I left there quite angry, and it was predominantly with my experiences in the last year with the management there.
Is this, to cut to the chase, is this DCI Waite?
Yes.
You've described him as vindictive.
Yeah.
Why?
Because banter went on all the time in the office, and he would mock me and I would mock him, and he took umbrage to the subjects I mocked him about.
You said he was a Freemason.
Yes.
Was
I don't know whether he was or not, but he didn't like me saying he was.
Was Freemasonry an issue within the SDS?
No, but Freemasonry is an old chestnut within the police service. There's always been historically, there's this anecdote that Freemasons get on better than other police officers. I'm not suggesting he got promoted by any way through that. It was purely, for me, it was good ammunition when he was taking the mickey out of me. I thought it was banter, but apparently I bit too deep, because I did pay a price for it afterwards.
You've described after leaving the SDS getting vivid and troubling nightmares.
Yeah.
Were you able to seek help for those?
I didn't seek help.
Did you need help for those?
I don't know.
Were they transient or have they been enduring?
It was more, the nightmares were about being revealed, really. So they weren't, I didn't wake up screaming or anything like that, but I was sweating a bit when I woke up with it. And that, I'm not the only one to have had that experience, I think. It's one of those things that you bottle up and keep in when you're doing it. And then subsequently you let it go.
Do you think it would have been better if there'd been more formal post-deployment support for this site?
I don't know. I'm not very good with that sort of thing, so I don't know.
You've been very patient with my questions, as the chairman mentioned. That doesn't mean to say you're completely finished, but I've finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir.
There's one topic I want to explore with you a little further, if I may.
Yes.
And that is how it was that you came to be targeted at or to infiltrate the CND
Yes.
Hampstead branch.
Right.
Can I go back to your days in C Squad before you joined the STS?
Yes.
When, as you say, CND had a file or a desk. It was scrutinised at any rate by C Squad.
See, I only knew CND had a desk while I was deployed.
Yes.
Not when I was in C Squad, it didn't have a desk. So it hasn't been going all the way through. We didn't have a CND desk.
Thank you for clearing that up, because I had misunderstood that.
Right.
Was CND of any interest to C Squad before you joined the STS? In your time, I'm not talking about before your time in the 60s and 70s.
I think our interest probably started around about the same time. They were probably slightly ahead of me. Yeah, they were ahead of me. Because it was already noticeable that it was becoming, once the decision to introduce cruise missiles was taken, it started taking off. And I think we sensed that as a branch and felt that we did need to actually get some sort of handle on it.
So it is the discussed and then planned introduction of cruise and Pershing missiles that set off a renewed interest in C Squad,
that's
in
how
CND.
I believe it happened, yes.
Yeah. Now, initially, you were not going to be deployed into CND.
No.
You went into the... Well, you attended one or two West Hampstead events.
Hampstead, no.
Hampstead, sorry, not West, forgive me, Hampstead. I'm not a Londoner,
Yes.
I get my geography wrong. Hampstead. You attended some Hampstead events,
Yes.
really, to see how you were going.
It was really trying out my new persona, yes.
Yes.
It was just that. And it was exactly the same as guys, one of the things they said was get a library ticket. You know, it's just things that fitted you into the community. And if ever you were talking about where you lived, you could say, oh, well, I've been going to CND meetings or whatever as well. So it was no more than that. It was just a little tick in the box for my background.
Yeah. Could I ask, please, that 15323 UCPI 12345 zeros 15323 is put on the screen. Could it be expanded so it can be read? Thank you. This is the first report which has been retrieved, which is attributed to you, about CND in, as it turns out, West Hampstead and Kilburn.
Yes.
I don't suppose for one moment you remember the report, but is that the sort of thing that you were attending in the introductory phase of your deployment?
I think I probably just came across it, and I might even have got it off the Hampstead. They had a stall every Saturday by the tube station, and they'd have a stall to sell books and so on. And there might have been some leaflets there, and I might have got it from there and thought, the guy is a Socialist Worker Party member, this could be of interest to the branch, which is the only reason why I put it in.
Understood. So that the early meetings that you attended that had anything to do with Hampstead CND, you wouldn't have bothered to report?
No, not really.
No. Can I ask now, please, that UCPI 5015339 is put up? Again, could paragraph 2 be expanded so it can be read? This is the first, if I can put it in this way, business report about CND that has been attributed to you, which the inquiry has recovered.
Right.
If you could look a little bit down the text, it may remind you. There's a speech by Bruce Kent, paragraph 4, discussion about legal action. Then paragraph 5, a Dutch speaker. Paragraph 6, if that could be blown up, please. Is that sufficiently large for you to read it?
Yeah, I think so. Yep. Yep. If I get a bit closer, yeah, I can, yep. No, not now.
That's
Right,
perfect.
yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And, as well as being the first substantive report about CND that you've produced, there is the first mention of direct action
Yes.
and discussions about it.
Yes.
As we saw from paragraph 2, this is a conference of Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament activists, which over 300 people attended. Do you recall attending?
Vaguely. And when I say activists, I would imagine that had been aimed at the people who wanted to do something about it rather than support the campaign. So that would have whet my interest straight away.
Can I take it that this is a meeting that you attended?
Yes. Sorry.
So it was open to people who hadn't been associated with CND for any great length of time?
Yes.
And that reporting of events such as this whetted your interest in direct action at the behest of or under the cover of CND.
Yes, this is part of what whet the action. Right.
Now, you described already the circumstances in which your initial deployment into, as it turns out, a group that infiltrated Carl
Yes.
Came to an end.
Yes.
Your deployment then became into CND. There's no other group infiltrated at this
Well,
stage.
I was, yes, because I was within CND,
Yes.
yes. It moved, and I remember having, by that time Dave Short was the Chief Inspector, and I remember having a very clear conversation with Dave Short that he said, you're not infiltrating CND, you're infiltrating non-violent direct action. That's what your target is. Now, I think you might find on some reports in the early days, you have either CND or NVDA, but it ended up by the end of my time that everybody was saying I was in CND.
Can I perhaps correct your memory?
Yeah.
The information that we have, which
Right.
is based on contemporaneous documents and appears to be reliable,
Yeah.
is that Trevor Butler was the Chief Inspector in charge of the SDS at this time, that's to say in May 1981,
Right.
and was so until, as you rightly point out, DCI Short took over from him, but that's towards the end of 1981, after you had already produced a number of reports on CND.
Well, yes. So, okay. I was thinking this might be a little bit further. Getting the times right, and
Yeah.
this is quite tricky.
Understood, it's a long time ago.
The decision when I finally did move over, at that stage, I was still, my predominant target was still League for Socialist Action. I was still in the middle of extricating myself from the League for Socialist Action Carl campaign. And this was one of several triggers that led to me, rather than moving to perhaps SWP, being directed towards non-violent direct action.
The last report which the inquiry has retrieved which is anything to do with Carl, precedes these reports in
Yes.
May. The last report, in fact, is dated the 13th of April. I won't ask that it be put up because I don't think it matters greatly.
No.
But if you want to see it, I can
No,
get
no,
it
no.
put up for you. But it looks as though you're reporting on, at any rate, Carl and the League for Socialist Action came to an end sometime in April.
Yep. Well, there was hiatus after that, and that was where it was where I was going to go next. But I don't think the decision for me to actually stick with NVDA was taken by Trevor Butler. It was actually taken by Dave Short.
I think you will find, I haven't counted the number of reports, but there are roughly or slightly more than 30 reports on CND before Short takes over.
Right. Well, I can only assume that as an interim measure, they found it quite useful to have some take on CND while they were waiting to redeploy me. But certainly the talk at the time was about deploying me in towards SWP. And it was things like that and a nonviolent direct action weekend that I went to, when I don't know exactly, that led to this view that perhaps we should look at this more seriously, and that should be where I'm directed rather than it just being a peripheral thing. So it emerged from really literally just a rubber stamp on my character, the persona I was creating, to being full-time. It was a gradual change, a gradual metamorphosis. It wasn't rapid and immediate with like a switch, you know. And this is probably somewhere in the interim period. And it's things like I mentioned in there that whet our appetites and said, hey, this could really take off. But the real thing was when Greenham took off.
And that would be when the women came down from Cardiff to start
Yes.
with, which I think is dated to October.
Yes, October.
1981.
Yes.
So would this be a fair summary of your understanding of the reasons for your deployment into CND? Is that this is something that emerged as a result of your discussions initially with Trevor Butler,
Yes.
and then became a hard and fast decision when Short took over and the Green Common women started their activities?
Yeah, the last bit I would agree, sir. Where I slightly differ, HN68, I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. HN68 was the person I had most of these discussions with, rather than Trevor Butler.
Thank you for correcting me. That does correct a misapprehension I had.
Yeah.
And so, and he was the DI.
He was the
throughout this
go-between.
period.
He was bearing in mind of his background, his experience. He was the person you went to if you sought guidance. Trevor had never done it.
That I understand.
Yeah.
But insofar as a decision was made, at least provisionally, before Short arrived,
Yes.
it was as a result of discussions between you and HN68.
Yeah. It was, let's just hang on with this at the moment and we'll see how it goes. And then it was firmed up by Dave Short.
Yes. But before the arrival of Short, there was no sense of HN68 saying to you, a decision has now been made, we want you in CND.
No, it was just keep on at the moment and we'll think about what we're going to do.
Thank you. I'm sorry that took me rather longer than I had anticipated. We now, I'm afraid, but have another break of 15 minutes, or most of 15 minutes, to permit any questions to be put to Mr. Barr to ask of you again. But once that's been done, then your very long day will have finished.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I've got one point of clarification, two very short lines of further questioning, and I know that my learned friend, Mr. Sanders, wishes to re-examine. The point of clarification is that I can say that in relation to the S-Squad senior manager, who the witness said this morning was a frequent visitor, the name that was written down was Palmer Hall. That name is not restricted, and so I can let everybody know that was the name. The first of the two further lines of questioning are, in relation to Richard Clark, you've told us that you learned about Richard Clark from HN 296.
No, 126.
I beg your pardon, 126. Do you know whether your managers were aware of what had happened to Richard Clark?
Yes, I would have thought they were. It was reasonably well known.
The second issue is I'm going to ask you some questions to clarify the evidence you gave about Kathy Massiter.
Yes.
Please, could you be careful just to answer my questions
Yes.
precisely? No names. When did you find out that Kathy Massiter was working for the security service with an interest in the CND?
I believe it was after I left SDS.
No name.
Name.
No names. How did you find out?
I believe I've either seen something on television or I've read something in some article.
How did you know that she didn't want your reports?
That was made evident from an early stage that the security service, and I knew as a woman, I didn't know the name, that had expressed a view that they were happy with their own source within CND and didn't really need anything. Because I think what we'd done is we'd offered, as I was there, if there was anything that might be useful to them that I would do. And it was then. Yeah.
But we've seen from their own documents that they certainly seem to have changed their mind.
Apparently. Yeah. This is the first time I've learnt that.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. It's just three quick topics. You were asked about who your contact was in the Hampstead CND who had access to the national level. I think you were asked whether it was Madeleine Haig, and you said it wasn't. I think you can say who it was because she's deceased, if you could just confirm.
It was McGowan, can't remember her first name now. Sandra McGowan.
Thank you. Second very quick topic, you were asked about having said in your statement, your first statement, that you'd heard rumours about Bob Lambert. I just want to take you to that part of your statement just to try and refresh your memory as to what they may have been about. So it's your first statement, which is MPS 0743186, and it's at page 61 of the internal pagination. Hopefully that will come up, and just to start at paragraph 178. So yes, down a page because it's the pagination within the document there. Can you just read 178 down to the end of 180, which is over the page?
Right.
That's where you mention about the rumours.
Yeah, I've read this. All I
And
can.
then go just a couple of lines over the page, top of the next page.
Yes, it's not very clear, is it?
No. Is it fair to say that you recall rumours, and it appears from the way it's written here that they were more to do with Debenhams than with sexual relations?
It's just what I was going to say. I believe what I'm referring to in 179 there was conversations about what was going on that led up to Debenhams.
Thank you. And the third and final topic, it's just about, we looked at some of your reports which had a reference to a registry file, registered file for the Labour Party and a registered file for the GLC. You didn't add in the RF references to the
I
reports.
didn't even put them down. That was topped and tailed in the office.
Did you have any familiarity with the workings of the registry itself and the criteria it applied when it opened files?
Some, but it was not perfect by any stretch of the imagination.
During the course of the inquiry, and this isn't in your witness pack, but there are all sorts of reports where there are registry files for commercial organisations, charities, local authorities, hospitals, universities. There's one for Boots the Chemist.
Yes.
Might the registry have opened a file for an organisation without the organisation being a subject of
If
interest?
things get mentioned enough in the branch, they tend to end getting a file of some sort.
So it doesn't mean that Special Branch was monitoring the Labour
No,
Party?
and I must say that was why I was bamboozled a little bit when it came up.
I'm grateful. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for taking a very long day to assist me with my inquiry. I'm very grateful to you. What you have told me is of the greatest interest, and I'm, as I say, extremely grateful to you for doing so.
Thank you, sir.
We will resume tomorrow at 10, when the topic will be green and common women, I think, mostly.